Live, perfect. Good evening, everybody. It is Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025 at 6:02 p.m. and I'll call the session of West Hants Regional Municipality to order. We'll begin the evening with attendance. Clerk Snare.
Mayor Zabian?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. We do have quorum, Clerk Snare. I'm still stuck on the old system here. We do have quorum. We do have Councillor Scott McLean, who is running about 15 minutes late, and we have Councillor Paul Morton, who has said that he's about 15 minutes late, just caught up in some traffic there. So we do have quorum other than that. Um, West Hants Regional Municipality recognizes that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people, and these lands are governed by the Treaties of Peace and Friendship signed in 1726. We recognize that we are all treaty people and have responsibilities to each other and this land. West Hants Regional Municipality also recognizes African Nova Scotians are a distinct people whose histories, legacies, and contributions enrich that part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. Council, we are at the 22nd of July, and this marks 2 years since we had the catastrophic floods of 2023. And with those floods, we lost four individuals from our municipality that were near and dear to us all, and we miss them greatly. And I'd like to recognize them here tonight. Each one of us is wearing a pin in their memory as well, in case somebody's wondering what the pins are for. But also, I'd like to do a minute of silence for each of our loved ones that we did lose. So today we remember the beautiful Natalie Harnish. Today we also remember sweet Colton Cisco. Today we remember the beautiful Terry Lynn Keddy. And today, we remember our forever hero, Nicholas Holland. Thank you very much, everybody. Forever in our hearts. Are there any announcements from council at this point? Upcoming events or Councillor Paul Whedon?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just want to let everybody know that this weekend in Ardois at the Beach Brook Campground is the Down East Bluegrass Festival. I believe it's the 53rd year for that, and that's going on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Also, Saturday morning, Eller's House Breakfast, 8 o'clock to 10:30. Come on down for a great feed. And want to thank the Ardois Community Hall for last weekend. They had a very successful car show and fun day. It was very well attended, and they had some great food. So thanks to all the volunteers and organizers.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any other announcements, council? The Gavon River Days is next weekend as well. Always a great event for the whole weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So lots going on for that. Seeing no more lights, we'll move on. Approval of the agenda, including additions or deletions. We do have our dashboard items on that in the package there. Council, I'd like to pull item 15C. That one, I'm going to pull that for tonight. So we'll delete that from the agenda. If Councillor Remy.
Through you, Mayor, I just had a quick question about the dashboard
Sure.
items. Just there was one on there, sorry. The one about the municipal complex. I was just wondering if that stuff was going to be brought to us when we do our strategic planning session on the municipal buildings. If that would be one of the pieces of information coming forward.
Okay. CAO.
I would say all and everything associated with that will come forward, but we'll check specifically. What was that on the dashboard? Just remind me if you would. Or do you have it there? Just
Yeah, do you want me to read it or?
if you don't mind.
Yeah,
just,
sure. Staff to look at a rough Class D estimate cost on a new build for the municipal complex, looking to at the existing municipal land or buying estimates on rental properties and options. And then the cost about the asbestos abatement at King Street.
Okay. So we'll have some of that, but we wouldn't have a Class D on a new building, for example, but we'll bring forward everything that we have. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the first one, just because I haven't dipped in on this for a while here, but the one that I would say there's one on here for pedestrian signage and barriers, which was put on just after we had come through consolidation and then we went through the branding process. I know that I was the one that brought the report forward. It just seems to me that it's hanging there, that I don't think we need to keep it on the dashboard. I don't know what we want or need to do if we were looking to remove that. But as I said, because that had to do with overlaying the branding on other aspects of what we had around the municipality, which wasn't tidy at the time. So I would suggest that we probably can remove that one because I think that's covered in a branding exercise being taken care of by staff separately. So I would make that as a comment. And again, I don't know, do we want, is that something that's going to require a vote or are we?
Well, I think it's a work in progress as staff work through the branding initiative, but if council wishes to remove it, if nobody has any concerns or anything they are still looking forward to get from that, I think staff have their direction on signage through what council has approved in the past. So I'm seeing a lot of head nodding. So can remove that
I
item.
think it's fine to go. We've
Yeah.
done nothing with it since. So that's the reason for that. The other question that I had, well, I had two, but in one which Councillor Remit tucked on, there was municipal complex, which is again one that sort of keeps up. We getting it pumped. We've got the other session. I think that's great. I would look forward to seeing that information that we were looking for in there as best possible. Just to voice that. And then the other question is on the streetlights, Payzant and Wentworth, where we may be standing with that. So on,
I think Director Richard is not here tonight on that. Tim, you could know information on the streetlight
No.
whereabouts. Maybe see how you can follow up on that one. I know we had some money in the budget for design work, or I don't recall the exact amount. I think maybe around $25,000-$30,000 going off memory, but
Those are streetlights.
the streetlights,
Sorry,
streetlights,
Payzant and
Payzant
yeah.
Wentworth, that it's a little over a year ago that came through. And that's it for me, I think, on the dashboard. Thank you very much.
Right. Anything further on the dashboard, Council? Right, seeing nothing, we'll approve the agenda as with the one item removed there. Any declarations of conflict of interest this evening? Nothing from nobody. All right. We do have a previous meeting minutes. We have 3 sets there. June 24th, 2025 council minutes, June 24th, 2025 public hearing minutes on 60 Old Walton Road Development Agreement, and June 24th, 2025 public hearing minutes Upper Water Street Windsor Development Agreement Amendment. You all had a chance to read through the minutes. If there's no corrections, we'll approve them as in the package. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We do have a public hearing this evening, Bent Ridge Geodomes Development Agreement. Council like to make a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Larry Pinch, seconded by Councillor Yanish. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Public hearings for development matters or planning matters are required by Part A of the Municipal Government Act. This public hearing is hosted by council and provides members of the public with an opportunity to bring up any concerns and ask planning staff questions regarding the proposal. When the public hearing is complete, council meeting will resume and members of council may then ask questions or make comments. So Planner Dunphy, Bent Ridge Geodomes.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do have an applicant tonight. So after my presentation, they'll have a chance to go ahead with theirs.
Sure.
Okay, so we have an application at Highway 14, Windsor Forks, and it is a development agreement. So this application was received from Ted Masella on February 4th, 2025, and the request was for a development agreement to allow 4 geodomes on the subject lot. These are intended to take part of an agritourism glamping experience. So here you can see the development proposal, the site plan for it. It's a request for 4 geodomes, as stated previously, and just to note that the existing orchard is intended to stay in use. So the geodomes are the 4 spherical hashed objects on the screen. So first one here, if you're following my mouse. Second one here. Third one down here. And last one at the bottom here. All the rest of the other shapes are generally trees and part of the orchard. So this is a 12-acre lot. Currently, it's used as an apple orchard for the area that you can see along here, where all the trees are neatly in rows. It has access from an existing driveway located here. There we go. Located here extends down to Highway 14 and all the way up to our subject property up here. So the property abuts a winery, agricultural uses, low density residential uses also that are a little bit nearer to the highway. So here we have the designation map, so the generalized future land use, and this property as well as all surrounding properties are within the agricultural designation. Thanks for zoning here. This property as well as the majority of all other properties surrounding it are agricultural priority 2. Okay, here we can see some of the photos taken from the site visit previously. So on the left-hand side, we can see the winery on the left hand of the image and the access road on the right side of the left image. And on the right image, we can see pictured here the proposed entrance onto the subject lot. For our policies tonight, the first is policy 8.9.4. This enables council to consider new non-resource rural commercial uses in the agricultural priority 2 zone by development agreement. In summary, the criteria here are met since the agrologist report concludes that the proposed use is not located on an area of the subject lot in agricultural production. The proposed use is not compromised, or apologies, the proposed use will not compromise the agricultural character of the area or the operation of existing agricultural uses. The area manager of the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works has no concerns regarding the roadway access or traffic generation. And lastly, the sign design and on-site parking areas are suitable for the proposed use. Next, we have our general criteria policy 16.3.1. In summary, the criteria here are met since the proposal is not considered premature or inappropriate for the area. No municipal costs related to the proposal are anticipated, and the fire chief, development officer, manager of building and fire inspection services, public works engineering division, and area manager for the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works have no concerns which have not been otherwise addressed in this report. For the development agreement itself, it permits up to 4 geodesic domes and the necessary utilities for those domes. Access will be provided from an existing driveway off of Highway 14. A minimum of 4 parking spots are to be provided for it. Buffering will be required from abutting properties. A designated individual must be available at all times that guests are present on the property. And lastly, that no guests are to be present during spraying of the existing orchard. We only have one substantive matter within the development agreement, and that is the uses that are permitted on the property. And we had our public information meeting on April 2nd. That meeting was broadcast live on the municipal Facebook page. 16 members of the public attended that meeting, and the deadline for comments was April 16th, 2025. Staff did receive some questions regarding the locations of the proposal on the lot, bathroom facilities, and potential expansion, and the remainder of the comments were in support of the form of accommodation that the proposal was providing. So during our last meeting for first reading, council had requested some supplementary information regarding the agricultural policy and around the agrologist report. So I've brought back a little bit of dive into that. There's more in the report itself, but I'll sort of summarize here. So the exact wording of criterion B of policy 8.6.1 with respect to the proposal was deemed not applicable within the agrologist report. The location of the proposal is limited to an area on the PID which is not within agricultural production and is stated to be too close to the edge of the property perimeter to support apple tree production. Staff consider this smaller section of the PID, which is not within agricultural production, to be the development site of the proposal. Further, the development site being limited to this area would mean that any potential expansion to the proposal would require a substantive amendment and would be brought back through an additional public process. So due to the development site of the proposal not reducing agricultural production, not adversely affecting nearby agricultural operations, nor fragmenting agricultural land, staff have determined that the proposal meets the intent of policy 8.6.1 and 8.9.4 of the West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy. So our process to date, we of course had the public information meeting, then the application went through a staff review, and we brought the report to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee for their review and recommendation. It was then brought to council for first reading at our last council meeting. And tonight we're at the public hearing on July 22nd. So if approved here, a notice of approval will be placed in the paper with a 14-day appeal period to follow. And just to note that at this point during our public hearing, we have met all statutory requirements. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll pass it back to the mayor at this point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Planner Dunphy. Mr. Mitzella or Mr. Dodge? Yep. We'll get you up here, guys. You can choose either side there. We're gonna get you to click the mics on and speak right into them if you could. Yep, if you can just click your mic on before you begin there, and yep, you got it.
All right, so we'll introduce ourselves. My name is Ted Masella. I'm one of the parties involved in the development.
Glenn Dodge, owner of Bent Ridge Winery.
And Matt Morant, another partner in the development.
So pretty much, thank you for hearing this. We really appreciate it. We think that the project that we've proposed will have a really nice impact on the area. I've known Glenn for a number of years. He was a previous owner of a tennis club that I played tennis at when I was younger. And, this opportunity, we started talking about it about 2 years ago. Glenn had seen that there was a need for accommodations at his place. He has weddings. Very often it's hard for guests that are going to decide to use his place for a venue to actually decide when there's not too many places to stay. And so we started to talk about it and we put this plan in motion. And we're excited to be at this stage of it and are welcome to any questions that anyone has about it. And
I will just emphasize what Ted just said about the need for accommodations. Our business is agritourism. That's what wineries do. People come from the city, they come from the South Shore, they come from other parts of the valley to experience what we have, as they do with other wineries. We host a number of weddings every year. We have small music events and so on and so forth. The request for a place to stay is every day. We have people saying, I wish we could stay here. Both of us could have a glass of wine and not have to drive back to the city. So it is paramount. There's very little, as you know, there's practically nothing where we are, unless you go to the cottages, and that's still a 15 to 20 minute drive to get there. So to emphasize that it is important for us to have accommodations, I can't overemphasize that. It is paramount, and it helps us with our business. We also have Martok right across the road. I know that has changed hands, but they were very excited about the idea that we'd have accommodations. It just brings people here and it keeps them here for a little bit longer period of time. And if they're here longer, they will spend more money in this community. So anyway, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. With that, we will open the floor up to the public. Anybody wishing to ask a question or speak on the issue, on the matter? All right. Anything final on your end, Alex?
Yes. So the public hearing comment period was advertised July 7th and 14th. We sent out letters and a sign was posted on the lot, and staff did receive some correspondence from the public, and it was included within the submitted report.
Okay, perfect. Before we do end the public hearing, councillors, do you have any questions for the developers at this point? Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming back in. Again, I think we've had you in before with planning and so the one question I have, and it relates to the additional information brought back by Planner Dunphy, had to do with the current scale and scope of your project, but if there was future further expansion, that may be, if I understood that correctly, that they may need to come back and do a re-application as it relates to the use of, because of the agricultural land component. So are there any plans or thoughts about expansion that you too early to say, or can you just comment on that as it relates to
where, we don't have data from how this is going to perform. if it performs well, and it makes sense and there's the demand for it, then we'll probably be resubmitting another application when we've saved up enough money to build some more domes, right?
Right.
But, in terms of, year one, year two, after 2 years of real data, then some better decisions can be made. If there's any way to, streamline it from the beginning, I don't know if that's the case, but we definitely be open. The size of the lot, we scoped it out. We looked on the other side of the rise. It's not currently used for any type of agricultural. It's just sort of barren land right now, but it would, there could be a second phase. 4 more would fit in with, another septic and access. So if if it's as successful as we hope, then obviously we'll visit that in the 2 to 4 year time frame.
Great. That's good for me. Thank you. And here's hoping you have good data.
Thank you.
Anything else, council to developers? Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, gentlemen. And I did enjoy the visit back in April. It seems like it was just yesterday, but it's already been a few months. But just wondering if everything goes well and you get all your approvals, you do plan on starting this project this year, or you have a construction timeline?
We would already be digging. Yeah. So as soon as we have the go ahead.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right. With that, you're good, Planner Dumpy, on your end? All right. We will conclude this public hearing, council. We are now back within our regular council meeting,
you.
and we do have a recommendation that will display up on the screen for viewing. Yep. Before we do get to that, if anybody does have a question to Planner Dunphy before we get to the recommendation, we can take that now. All right, seeing nothing. All right, there is a recommendation up on the screen. Councillor Whedon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make the recommendation that council gives second reading, approves entering into a development agreement to allow permit the construction of 4 geodesic domes on the subject property as part of an agritourism at PID 453-82934 on Highway 14 in Windsor Forks, which is substantively the same as the draft set out in attachment B of report file number 25-05 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated June 12th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Whedon.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Further discussion on the motion. All right, there's none. We will put that to a vote. If Clerk Snare, if you can put that up. And the motion is passed. Thank you very much. We do have a second recommendation up on the screen there. 1 second. Councillor Whedon.
That council requires the development agreement with Ted Mozilla, which permits the construction of 4 geodesk domes on the subject property as part of an agritourism business at PID 453-82934 on Highway 14 in Windsor Forks, be signed within 120 days from the date of final approval by council or the date that any appeals have been disposed of. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be at an end.
Moved by Councillor Whedon.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on this motion. All right, we will put that vote up on the screen. Just for the previous one, folks, if anybody's curious why Councillor Morton didn't vote, he came in halfway through, which doesn't permit him to vote on the matter, and same with this motion as well. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Congratulations, gentlemen. Look forward to seeing them pop up, and you have a successful venture there. All right, so we have a couple of unfinished business postponed motions, council. The first one being the Heritage Grant application, 294 Falmouth Back Road. Planner Dunphy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get this presentation up here. There we go. Okay, so this is a heritage grant application for 294 Falmouth Back Road in Falmouth. We received this application from Richard and Helen Murphy, the homeowners of the heritage property, on April 25th, 2025. The application received describes proposed work to replace 4 windows on the main building, including replacing the sills for 2 of the windows, replacing trim for all of the windows, as well as priming, painting, and puttying associated with that. This is the first grant application for this property, and the grant is being requested for 50% of the estimated cost at $3,320, or approximately $1,160.
1,660.
Yes,
Yeah.
1,160. Thank you.
660.
1,660. I'll get that right eventually. Thank you, Mayor. The list of non-substantial alterations were approved by council on November 24th, 2020, and that the proposed alterations are considered non-substantial in this case as they are a replacement of a compromised architectural element of the exterior utilizing materials and configurations similar to the original. As a result, no heritage permit is required for this grant and work. So here we can see some of the pictures I took during the site visit and the damage that was inspected during that site visit. So you can see 2 of the windows here and the damage on each of them. The work that's being proposed is a replacement of the windows, and the individual who will be conducting that work actually did the original work on this property 20 plus years ago. So he's very familiar with the work, specifically in this case. Next, we'll look at the municipal grant. The Municipal Heritage Property Conservation Work Grant Policy lists specific work as either eligible or ineligible for funding. Based on a review of the grant policy and the site visit conducted on June 24th, staff have determined that all proposed work is eligible for funding in accordance with the grant policy. The funding guidelines for all grants include a maximum grant of $10,000 within a 5-year period for eligible conservation work. It is allocated on a 50% cost sharing and matching basis. And there are 2 incentives per property per year, with up to 10 in any 5-year period. Lastly, project costs are based on actual eligible expenses, and in-kind contributions are not included within this calculation. So for the available funds for this operating budget, it includes $20,000 as listed as Heritage Grant. The Director of Financial Services confirmed a reserve of $14,368.31 available, listed under Heritage Grant. And based on the quote received, it is likely that the work proposed would cost approximately $3,320, and the proposed owner would be eligible for a grant of half that value at an estimated $1,660. There is a capacity in the budget and the reserves to provide this heritage grant to the property owner. Lastly here, the Heritage Advisory Committee during their July 10th meeting recommended in favor of the grant application. So we have a truncated process for these grant applications. Staff review the initial application, bring a review and recommendation report to the Heritage Advisory Committee, and move right on to council for its decision tonight. All statutory requirements have now been met for this application. And this brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Planner Dunphy. Questions, council, at this point to Planner Dunphy? Seeing there are none, we do have a recommendation up on the screen. If somebody wishes to do that, then we can have discussion. Councillor Leary Pinch.
That council provides up to 50% of eligible project costs up to a maximum of $10,000 to the Richard and Helen Murphy, owners of 294 Falmouth Back Road, in order to facilitate replacement of windows on the main building located at 294 Falmouth Back Road, and that the funding be provided from account 01-2-00-26-560-21130, only in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Heritage Property Conservation Work Grant Policy.
Moved by Councillor Larry Pinch. Is there a seconder?
Second it.
Seconded by Councillor John Smith. Discussion, council, on the motion. All right, seeing no lights, we will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Next item, 8 Water Street Development Agreement. Planner Dunphy.
Thank you, Mayor. Promise I'll leave after this one. So this application, well, it's not really an application. This request here that we have tonight is a request for an extension to a commencement date from a previously approved development agreement. So I don't have a presentation, just the report that I submitted. And essentially, it's just a request from council to extend the current commencement period, which, based on the signing of that approved development agreement, which took place on January 12th, 2024, the commencement date deadline would, as of right now, be January 12th, 2028. So the developer has sent the planning department a letter requesting for an extended 48 months to this timeline. So that would bring the new commencement date deadline to January 12th, 2032. And the main reasons listed within the letter are the current economic and real estate climate in Nova Scotia. And those are the reasons for their requested extension. So staff have attached that letter to the back of the report, but that's as far as we have, I guess. The decision is up to council.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Planner Dunphy. Those developers aren't in the room, I don't believe. So you're limited only to what you have letter-wise to answer any questions, I guess. Are there questions, Councillor, to Planner Dunphy or in regards to the letter at all, or requesting the extension? Some of you may recall we approved that back in our last term, but it's all right. Councillor Ridey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the question that I have, when you look at the commencement section of the development agreement, which is, for anybody referencing, it's part 4 underneath implementation, and it's paragraph 4.1, and I guess the key paragraph there is paragraph C, which I'll just read. The sentence is that if the owner is bona fide delayed from commencing the development for reasons which are beyond the owner's control, the determination of which will be the sole discretion of the development officer, then performance by the owner is excused. And I can probably cease there. I think you get the gist of it. That the key for me there, the question on this is if economic conditions are considered to be bona fide reasons for looking for extension or excuse from a development agreement. As we know, economic conditions come and go. There's peaks and valleys. Typically, the work done in a valley or a slow period is offset by longer periods of growth and the like. So that's really the question that I have, is whether that's considered to be a bona fide reason. Would we set that as an acceptable reason, economic conditions, for any or all development agreements that we might sign? I just think it, while I'm empathetic to economic conditions being something that would prevent something from going forward, we're still 2.5 years away from before them getting to their commencement date requirement, which in my opinion says at a minimum, it might be that they come back in 1.5 years if things haven't turned by way of economic cycle. I don't see us amending this at this point in time. So that's my comment, I guess, more than a question to you, Planner Dunphy, that our economic conditions determined to be a bona fide state.
Through you, Mayor. So originally, when we received this request, It went through our development department and specifically through our development officer. And so reading through, we based this sort of process based on part 4.1B of the development agreement. So in this case, the opinion of the development officer was that we should contact council and put this request in front of council. So I guess they didn't, at that point in time, the development officer didn't get into criteria C of part 4.1. But essentially, that's where the background of this request comes from, is direction from the development officer based on interpretation of the DA.
Thank you.
Councillor John Smith.
Yes, thank you. Question to the planner. So this request goes quite a ways past what the usual date would be, 7 years. So I'm just curious, what's the average wait time for a development that we put in a development agreement? Is it about 4 years, 3 years, 2 years?
Yep, through you, Chair. Generally, we put in sort of two different template time holders. So there's 24 months, which is 2 years, or 4 years at 48 months. So those are the two places that we start. But of course, a development agreement is a negotiated process. So the developers can ask for a change to that section, but those are the two that we most often use, 2 and 4 years.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Planner Dunphy. So it's my interpretation, based on the report you provided, that there was already a development agreement previously from 2013 on this land that was discharged. Is that with the same developers, or that was attached to a different development?
Through you, Chair, different development. So this was a new developers on a property that already had a DA that was not associated with them. And so it was discharged as part of this new development agreement that was approved.
Deputy Mayor Francis.
Through you, my only concern is taking it to 2032. That could possibly be past our mandate of 4 years sitting around this table. So we're going to put the next councillor, whoever's sitting here, we're sort of tying their hands at 2032. Has that been done in the past?
Through you, Chair, not in my experience. And the reason for that is this commencement period that we've included in DAs is somewhat recent. So this would be the first case of a requested extension to it, as I guess we haven't run into that as of yet. So this is new to us, new territory. And ultimately, it is up to council. Council could name another extension or period of time. It really is up to council at that point.
So just one follow-up. So if we extended it for a year or 2 years, it could be revisited after that time.
Through you, Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further council questions to Planner Dunphy? If not, we do have a recommendation that we can put up on the screen if council wishes to entertain it and have discussion on it. There it is. Councillor Larry Pinch, do you have a question or?
Yes.
All right, well, we'll allow a question to Planner Dunphy.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Planner Dunphy. So should council approve this extension, that would mean that even if there were changes to the NPS, this DA would apply to the NPS at the time of the agreement within that full extension period.
That Through you, Chair, that's correct. So what the recommendation tonight, it won't actually amend the development agreement as that's listed as not being necessary within the DA here. So it would just be what the MPS is at the time. So our current MPS.
All right, we do have a recommendation up on the screen, council. If somebody wishes to make it, we can put it to a vote. I'll call for it one more time, and if nothing, we will move on. Right, we will move on, council. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
I would be willing to put the motion on the floor, but I'm going to change the date. So I will, if that's. The council approves the request extension to the commencement date deadline for the 8th Upper Water Street Development Agreement so that the new commencement date is January 12th, 2027.
You want to reduce the date or?
Oh, sorry. Well, this is extending it to 32. Yes, to reduce it.
So the commencement date in the development agreement, I think, expires on the 12th of
28.
January 2028.
Oh, sorry, 2028. My math was off.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it 2028. I just don't think we should be extending it by 4 more years. Oh, past our term. So if we put it back and leave it the same, or even go 2029, that would still give us.
Yeah. So
Sorry, my math is off.
So it's 2028 currently.
Currently,
Their
yeah.
request is to extend it 4 more years to 2032.
Yeah, I don't think we should extend it.
So you just want to leave it the same?
Leave
2020,
it? Okay.
2028.
Yep.
Oh, no, I'm
Leave it.
not,
No,
not
that's good.
putting words in your mouth at all. Just,
No, that's,
just trying to get to where,
I just don't want to go, oh, my math was off. I should have
Okay.
did the 48s. That's my mistake.
okay. So the current commencement date, council, is January 12th, 2028. Their request is to extend it 4 more years beyond 2028 to 2032. Councilor Lee Pinch.
Is there an option that when they get to 2027 and they perhaps are in a similar situation, which we hope that they're not, but if they are, that they could then bring it back, they could write an additional letter at that time to the council? Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Councilor Ivy.
So the only question I have is, do we need to vote on this or are we allowed to let it simply die on
No,
the
if
floor?
council doesn't wish to, if council feels it's okay right now, and if the developers want to come back in 2027 at any point, then things are still the same in their world. They can request at that point. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, council. So I feel that's the wish of council. So we will move on, Planner Dunphy, from that one at this point. All right. We thank you very much. Have a good night on your end. Next item on the agenda is Housing Accelerator Fund, Planner Hong.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I know we have got a package tonight, so I will keep this very short. Just a quick update on where we are at with the Housing Accelerator Fund project. So begin with some background. Our municipality was selected to participate the Federal Housing Accelerate Fund project, and therefore we signed a contribution agreement with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, also known as CMHC, earlier last year. So specifically in the agreement, we are required to complete 7 initiatives, as well as meeting 3 dwelling units target, which includes 42 units mid and middle housing, 6 affordable housing units, and a total of 370 housing units by the end of the funding period in the mid 2027. And I am pleased to report to this council that during the first annual reporting period between February last year to February 2025, CMHC has confirmed that the municipality has not only met the full target for middle housing, but also exceeded by an additional 64 units. In addition, we also achieved a total of 232 housing units. So we are very close to the full target, and staff therefore project that we will meet this full target by the end of next February in 2026. So as you can see from the chart, the challenging part is this 6 affordable housing units. So efforts are now underway to focus to meet this 6 affordable housing units by the end of the funding period. And so again, this is just a quick overview of the 7 initiatives. And as of today, we have already completed 4 of them. And I have the detailed overview for the ongoing items in my staff report. So really, as promised during my Housing Accelerate Amendments presentation back in March, staff have continued to monitor building activities, and we have discovered an interesting trend that I'd like to share with this council tonight. So as shown in the top chart, 62% of the building permits issued this year were for single unit dwellings, which continue to be the dominant housing type in our region, which is predictable and understandable. But we have also seen a significant increase in the application for secondary suites. So whether that is a detached or attached secondary suites. So during the same January to June period, permits for secondary suites rose from 15% last year to 25% this year, which suggests a possible correlation between the removed secondary suites permit fee policy and the increased interest among the public. And another interesting finding comes from the bottom chart, which shows the total number of dwelling units created through the building permits issued this year. So where we found that more than 31% of dwelling units came from apartments, while the apartment building permits application only accounted for 3% of the building permits we issued so far, which I believe yield to only 2 permits. So from a planning perspective, this highlights how apartment buildings can deliver significantly more housing units while using much less footprint, so which reinforce the importance of encouraging a mix of building types in our community to support environmental sustainability and housing affordability in the long run. So as mentioned in my report, some of the next steps include prioritizing toward the remaining action item number 5, 6, 7, and of course, those 6 affordable housing unit target. And also staff will continue to monitor building activities following the recent Housing Accelerate Fund amendments. And also, finally, staff are preparing to bring forward a housekeeping amendments to the PAC and the council in September, which aims to correct those typographical errors and clarify certain technical requirements that have been identified during the first 2 months of implementing the new bylaw. And that concludes my presentation. So most of the detailed information can be found in my staff report, and I'm happy to take any question this council may have. Thank you.
Questions, Councillor, to Planner Hung? It is interesting when you lay it out there on the number of permits and what they equate to unit wise. That's quite interesting and that's very helpful going forward for myself anyways. It's the mixture of the different types, like you said, Planner Hung, and it's quite evident on when you look at the numbers on the screen. Seeing no lights, is there a plan forward on trying to meet the affordable piece?
Yes, certainly. We are committed to meeting the 6 affordable housing unit target by the end of the funding period in 2027.
Not seeing any more lights, so we appreciate it and we look forward to the next presentation. Well, John, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda, council, Windsor Waste Treatment Plant Expansion, third process train, tender award recommendation. Manager Boder.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a PowerPoint that I'll attempt to bring up. So tonight I'm here to present a contract award. It's for the Windsor Water Treatment Plant expansion. And you may know this project as the third process train. Oh, I need to share. Just do. Thank you. So yes, just to repeat, this is a contract award for the Windsor Water Treatment Plant expansion, also known as the third process train. A very high level overview is that this report is for council to award the construction services related to mechanical treatment equipment upgrades, as well as an associated building expansion at the Windsor Water Treatment Plant. The project design was completed by CBCL over the past year. So we recently tendered this contract, and the reason to present today is for the contract award. A little bit of background. This project is for the addition of a third process train at the Windsor Water Treatment Plant to complement the existing 2-train system. So by saying process train, it's kind of like an assembly line of mechanical equipment. We call it a dissolved air flotation system, or DAF system. And this type of process, water is first mixed with a chemical coagulant to create larger particles that are easier to remove. Then air is added to the water to create tiny bubbles that attach to the particles and float them to the surface, where they can be skimmed off and removed. So that's a very high level overview of the treatment process. On the screen, you can see the location of the water treatment plant. It is about 2 kilometers off Windsor Back Road, past Edinger Falls. This picture shows the area of the work. So it's a building addition onto the back of the existing treatment building. It's approximately 20 meters long and 7 meters wide, so 65 feet by 23 feet. There's a 3D rendering that the consultant produced as part of their work. And the last picture here, you can't really see it in detail, but it shows the mechanical equipment located inside the building expansion. So the water treatment plant currently does not have capacity to allow an extended shutdown of one of the process trains for an upgrade or for major maintenance, and does not meet the Nova Scotia environment regulatory requirement for filter redundancy. So basically this project will bring us into regulatory compliance. And the other aspect is that we're seeing a period of unprecedented growth. So this third process train will also give us the capacity that we need for future growth in the county. So we received 4 bids for this project. They were received on July 15th. And the chart on the screen shows the tender results. We're very encouraged by the level of competition. First of all, that there were 4 bids, and as you can see, they were very close. The variance between the the low bid and the highest bid is only $340,000. So they're all within 8% of each other. That's very unusual, and it shows that it was a good process. So this chart shows the price for the building contract. In addition to this, we also have a motion at the end for the consulting services that we need during construction. So I mentioned at the start that CBCL they completed the design, and that was $208,707. Their original proposal also included a cost of $181,256 for construction phase engineering services. So that includes construction administration, inspections, SCADA programming, and commissioning. So actually a big part of it is the programming. So all of the new equipment needs to function within the parameters of the existing plant, and it's important that we get that right. The original cost that CBCL provided a couple of years ago assumed construction beginning in the 2024-25 fiscal year. And so those costs have been updated to reflect rates for the actual construction schedule beginning this fall and continuing on towards the end of next year. So their cost of $181,000 has been updated to $193,000, and that will be one of the recommendations. In terms of the financial impact, there's a chart that shows, first of all, the construction tender price, that's the $4.4 million. Then it shows the engineering construction administration services. So that would be CBCL's cost during construction. There's a 15% contingency shown. And then there's the net HST, so 3.86%, which is what the municipality pays for HST. And all of that adds together to the $5,508,913. So within our capital budget, which was recently approved, there's a line item for $5,367,000. So with the 15% contingency, we would be over a little bit by $142,000. And of course, the contingency amount is there if needed, but typically the change order amounts during construction would be in the 0 to 5% range. There are sometimes unforeseen circumstances where it's higher, and typically we do recommend the 15% contingency just so that we have the approval if need be. So there are 3 recommendations. The first one is for the construction contract award. The second one is for CBCL's continued engineering services during construction. And then the third recommendation is for the contingency amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Questions, council, to Manager Voter at this point? Councillor Smith?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. So a question around the construction of it. Is it identical to the other 2 process trains?
So through the chair, yes, it's the same company, and the equipment has been modernized a little bit since the original equipment. I think it was over 20 years ago, but it functions in exactly the same way, and it's compatible.
And so the water treatment plant will be able to operate on 2 trains while 1 train is being maintained, or maintenance is happening to the 3rd train.
Yes, through the chair, that's the exact
Yeah.
reasoning.
And is there anything else after the construction of the 3rd train that will be needed to operate the 3rd train?
So
Or is
through
it
the
a
chair-
complete package?
Yeah, from a water treatment perspective, there would be nothing else that we can see at this time that would need upgrading.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ivey?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to follow on to the question that was just asked related to, I guess, compare and to a comment that you made, that it has the ability to increase capacity that we're putting through the plant, but redundancy is the primary purpose. Am I correct on that, or can you?
Yes, through the chair. The redundancy is the regulatory requirement, but at the same time, it will give us more capacity in the future.
Thank you. And then the follow-on question, given that, so we've been there for 20 years. I know we've talked here previously at different times about the drawdown requirements able to be done at the lake that we draw the water from and so on. We have plenty of capacity there. There's no issues by way of us seeing any diminished capacity in the lake that we draw from.
So through the chair, I am aware that there are some upgrades that have to happen. There's some equipment upstream that's restricting the amount of water kind of going down towards the treatment plant. But from a global perspective, withdrawal is not seen to be an issue.
Long term, we're good. It's worth the
Yeah.
investment to continue with
Yeah.
it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you. So through you, Chair, out of curiosity, I know it's within the capital budget, the portions as you broke them out. Is it being paid for by the utility users, or is this being paid for by the municipality's general rate, or do we know specifically where the funds are coming from? I know it's within the capital budget, but just out of my own curiosity.
Yes, so through the chair, and Carly might be able to answer better, but it is being paid through the utility. And it's a combination of, it's mostly long-term debt. And then there's also an external grant that we received.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Whedon.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Tim. With the third train, when it comes online, will it require more staffing, or is the current staff levels going to be able to accommodate what's going to happen?
Yes, so through the chair, it will not require any more staffing.
Thank you.
Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Manager Bowder. So this is upgraded with this third train. Would the Falmouth water treatment plant have to be upgraded once we connect all the water utilities?
So through the chair, they're not directly related like that. There is a project we're working on to interconnect the two systems, but this upgrade here really has little to do with the Falmouth water treatment plant itself. And the interconnection between the two would also be for redundancy and for long-term kind of development and growth.
Okay, thanks. So in the future, we could be upgrading the Falmouth treatment plant?
Actually, just to clarify further through the chair, expanding this system could actually mean that we will not have to expand the Falmouth system in the future.
Thanks.
Once the interconnection is done.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Two last questions. Number one, so the third process train, will that increase the volume of water that's treated?
Yes, so through the chair, I mean, the volume depends on how much water is being used in the system, but it will allow for more volume in the future.
Okay. And the last question I had is when will it come online?
So the construction period is over a year. I think the low bid was 65 weeks. So we anticipate before Christmas next year that the project will be complete.
Okay, thanks very much.
Any further questions, Council? Seeing nothing, I got one for you, Manager Bowder. Since we are over budget on it by that amount, 142,000, give or take a little bit, are there any plans to try to mitigate that or look at savings within the project without dipping into the contingency of how do we get it within budget before we commence, or has there any extra thought put into that, or?
So I did run some numbers just for fun, like at a 10% contingency, we would be within budget. And the goal is always to eliminate or reduce the amount of change orders during construction. So part of that is the whole consulting process and making sure that the design and the specifications are very thorough. So the change order process that we follow is very detailed, and it requires approvals from myself as the project engineer, as well as the consultant and the CAO. So as always, we will definitely try to ensure minimal change orders and hopefully not use any contingency or a very small amount of it.
Okay, perfect. Further questions, council? If there are none, we do have a recommendation up on the screen. If we have three, actually, somebody wants to start with the first one, we can have debate and go forward. Councillor Whedon.
I'll make the first one, Mayor. It is recommended the council approve the award of tender WHRMPW 25-10 Windsor Water Treatment Plant Expansion to RCS Construction Incorporated for the tendered price of $4,419,000 before applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Whedon. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Further discussion on the motion? All right, we will put that vote up on the screen. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. We do have a second motion up. It's up on the screen now. Councillor Whedon.
Recommend that council approve the construction phase engineering services to CBCL Limited for the total price of $193,323.50 before applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Whedon. Is there? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Further discussion on the motion? We will put a vote on that one. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. We do have a third recommendation up. Councillor Whedon.
Recommended that council approve a construction contingency amount of $691,848.53 before applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Whedon. Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion. All right, we will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, next up on the agenda is the mayor's report that was circulated in everybody's package. If there's questions on that, we can take it now, but if not, we will move on. All right, committees of the whole excerpts from July 8th. The first one, Shelley. Oh, I'm so sorry. Water consumption as of April 30th. My apologies, council. Director Rashawn. You almost got off on that one.
I was going to come up. Thank you, Your Worship. Again, the report was circulated within the package. We don't have a lot of data right now to present. This report is ending May 31st, 2025. So what you're seeing within the Q1 is just all the accounts that have either had adjustments and or have closed through the month of April and May. And we did our reads in June, and processed the bills in July. So once we hit our July 31st report, you will see that we have Q1 consumption. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much, Director Rashawn. Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Dr. Rashawn. Do you have any updates on the second bulk water filling station at Brooklyn Station 2?
Yes, I do know that they're just waiting for a technical component, and I do believe that that is being not a technical component as in something needs to be installed, but just programming that needs to happen.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I don't have my page up here, and I thought I had it printed, so I'm gonna fly a little bit loose here if I could. Seems to me the dates on the titles there were more like July. Is that just a typo, or are we changing the way we're?
No, I just wanted to include that on there because that's when the data becomes available, because that's when we send out our bills. So we send out we read in June, bill in July, read in September, bill in October.
Absolutely. So I just
Yeah.
wasn't sure if there was a change because it's only a day technically, but the way you had it. So, so there was that. And then you had said, so the reads for these is to the end of May. And I don't know why I thought it was later, but it's to the end of May to date.
Yeah.
And appreciate that there isn't a lot of data that the tap retail billing is only done quarterly. So it's difficult to see that, but it's the consumption components, which I may end up addressing sometime later, but so thank you for that. I think that's it I have on the water consumption. If I could, normally we'd have other reports. And if I can, Your Worship, I know it's not here, but we haven't seen the capital tracking budget for a while, which would normally be included. Is that something that we can expect to see? Because we haven't seen it since the end of last year.
Yeah, it's only produced quarterly.
Yeah.
And the year end would be the last quarter that you would have seen. And that was just a projection too, because we're still closing the year end. So I'm hoping to bring back the March 31st year end report. And then we'll see the next report, knowing that we approved our budget in June, probably coming back in September with an update during the September meeting for June's.
So thank you for that. Just, I don't think we've seen a capital report this year at all. Like, I don't think we've seen one since the end of last, might have been September, October. I'm not sure, but it's
The December 31st report would have been the last report that you would have seen that would have been presented. I can't remember if it was January or February.
Okay.
And then the March 31st report would have been next. And that one is still being closed. So that one's coming back to you once that year is closed. And then we'll have the June 30th report coming back to you in September.
Okay, thank you. Apologies if I'm mistaken in my memory there. Thanks.
Councillor Bob Morton.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Little off topic, but since the question was asked, and maybe it's the CAO, I don't know, but someone might be able to answer it. The programming of that bulk water station, I did ask the director back on June 18th when that was going to be up. Do we know when? Like, is it someone that has to fly in to program this, or do we know when that might be up and running? Just seems like a long time, but I'm not. So
I'm looking to my left. I don't have a current update, and I don't think Manager Boder does either, right? Okay, you can
That's
ask.
fair. And I can send an email too. I just thought if it was easy, that's fine. Thank you.
Any more questions on water consumption? All right. Thank you very much, Director Rashawn. All right, we have the committee of the whole excerpts from the 8th of July. Our first one is the Chalet Hamlet updated taxing resolution, 2526. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves the updated 2025-2026 Chalet Hamlet Property Owners Association uniform charge as presented to council on July 8th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on the motion. All right, we will put that on for the vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. The Code of Conduct, appointment of a second investigator, Deputy Mayor Francis.
Council recommends that Mobile Resource Group be appointed as a secondary investigator and that the CAO be authorized to enter into a contract on behalf of the West Hants Regional Municipality.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion. We will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Municipal budget process, Deputy Mayor Francis.
Council directs staff to hold public participation feedback meetings regarding the 2026-27 budget during the month of October 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on the motion. We will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Deputy Mayor Francis, second on the municipal budget process.
Council directs staff to prepare to host a budget workshop with council following the public participation feedback meetings to get initial directions from council on the draft budget for 2026-2027.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion. We will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. And on the third one on municipal budget process, Deputy Mayor
Council
Francis.
directs staff to present the draft 2026-2027 municipal budgets to council no later than March 1st, 2026.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion. All right, we will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Municipal complex buildings, Deputy Mayor.
Council directs staff to set up a strategy session to discuss the topic municipal complex and buildings as soon as possible.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Seconded by Leary Pinch. Motion, discussion, Councillor Remy.
Through you, Chair, I just have a quick question about that. To say as soon as possible, would it be better to have like a date attached, or we're just going to be? And the only reason, I was just curious. We were going to try to.
Yep.
Attach a date.
So if council wishes to attach a date to that, it can make an amendment if it wishes. ASAP, August, we have no meetings per se scheduled. So I would assume it would come early September. But if you guys wanted to stick a date on that, we could definitely make that amendment.
And it's fine as it stands. It's just with it just being as soon as possible, it just seems very wishy-washy.
We will make sure it comes in due time. Yep. All right. If no more questions, we will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Nova Scotia Community Solar Project, Deputy Mayor.
Council issue a letter of support for the Solar Bank Nova Scotia Community Solar Program project in West Hants.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion. All right, we'll put that to a vote. It's an easy fix. Councillor Whedon. It's a fun screen to look at sometimes, but motion is passed. Thank you very much. Upper Burlington land donation. And there is supplementary information within the report, Council. Did somebody want to speak on that to update council, or does councilors
Do that if you want, if you wish me to.
does councilors prefer that? It is extra information that we haven't discussed, I guess, in any detail, but
So we have a relationship with the Upper Burlington Community Hall and those folks. And of course, they have their building on the municipal land, and they have a lease for the use of the balance of the land, which of course is majority interest from the daycare. So this group had asked that as we go through pending council's approval, as we go through the subdivision process, essentially carving off the larger chunk of the daycare, that we leave a piece behind to accommodate their needs for their septic system, which is already in the ground. So we had initially kind of talked about amending the lease that they currently have to include this smaller piece that we're leaving behind, we'll say. But we're feeling that times have changed perhaps, and that maybe a donation of the land once it's subdivided to accommodate the septic system, that we would do that in lieu of amending the lease associated with it. So, or yes, versus amending the lease for which they have. So pending council's approval, lease goes away, donation of land to the daycare group, and donation of land for the Burlington Association. The overall parcel is already deemed surplus. Think so we don't have to do that process. It's just we're left with two parcels and donation to both. So that is the supplementary piece in favor of the Burlington Hall community, which we are estimating to be about 1/5 of the identified area. But until we know where the septic system is on the ground and so forth and get the surveyor out there, we won't know the final details. But that's the intent. And of course, the additional motion to support the Burlington Community Hall.
Perfect. Were there questions on that at this point, council? Councilor Ivey?
Yeah, thank you. If I could, and I did go through it and tried to just parse it out of my head, and I wasn't sure. So do we have three motions here to make this evening? Then
There
additional one?
are three motions, two from committee of the whole and this additional.
Plus the additional one. Thank you. And then the other question was with the comment about the lease going away. That was going to happen anyway, or is that because we're like, what can you just define that for us better?
So I don't know if Deanna, you can show a map there. If it's possible. If you can't, that's okay. And I may have spoken correctly. So the community hall has their land, which should be identified with, and then they have a lease on the balance. So you can see the community hall up in the middle there. We'll say to the right, first four numbers up here, 4518. Oh, they're all 4 by
It's okay.
6426. So if we were to draw a line straight across from the neighboring parcel to the left, 45186418, it would generally accommodate where the septic system would be.
Right.
So their leases for the whole yellow, our thought would be initially to just amend the lease to a smaller portion. But as we are thinking through it, I think a donation to the Burlington Hall Association, they're likely to consolidate with their existing lot. And then the balance of land is left for the Burlington Hall.
No more lease.
No more lease.
We're donating the hall and the septic.
Right.
And then the rest goes to the daycare. And so we have no further obligations with the land thereafter. It's theirs for both parties to maintain, take care of, and all that. That's all. Right.
I think we would probably, and I think we're open forum here. We may generally talk about these things in camera, but because of the nature of a donation, we may put a buyback clause or have a condition that it's used for the intended purpose only. And if either party decides that they no longer exist or want to do something else, that the municipality has the option to reconsider, because I think you are donating for the intent of. So we maybe would work that in the purchase and sale agreement, but for all intents and purposes, we've had no further attachment to the land.
Thank you. I didn't mean to take us so deep. It was just
it's supplementary information, so it's a good question. Deputy Mayor, question or?
Nope, sorry.
No. Okay. Any further questions, council? All right, then I'll get to you, Deputy Mayor.
Council deemed the lot of land known as PID 45285-103 as surplus.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Further discussion on the motion. All right, we'll put that up to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Francis.
Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to submit an application to the Planning and Development Department to consider rezoning PID 45285-103 to provide an opportunity for the Hants Shore Child Care Association to explore establishing a licensed child care center to serve families in the Hants Shore area.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis, seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Further discussion on the motion. All right, we will put that up to a vote. Motion is passed, and we do have a third one, Deputy Mayor.
Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to initiate the process to donate a portion of the parcel identified as PID 45285-103 to the Upper Burlington Community Hall to fulfill the request for approximately 1/5 of an acre, as shown on a completed survey plan, for continued use of their septic system and storage shed, and one surveying of the parcel has been completed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion. All right, we will put that up for a vote. Motion passed. Thank you very much. Our next item up, Planning Heritage Advisory Committee excerpts, Bear Lake Wind Farm Development Agreement. Director Fougier.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So tonight I have for you the Bear Lake Wind Farm Project Development Agreement application for consideration for first reading. So a completed application was received, excuse me, on April 28th, 2025 from Bear Lake Wind Limited. And the application is for a development agreement to permit 7 turbines within the West Hants Regional Municipality. And the application for this development agreement was previously submitted under previous MPS policy and withdrawn, and the applicants have since resubmitted this new application with the revised development concept to be considered under new policy. So in December 2023, this project received environmental assessment approval from the province, and amendments were subsequently approved by the province in April of this year. And another important thing to note is that in January of this year, West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy Policy was amended with new requirements for large wind turbine development. So this is based on new requirements from the province. So the proposed development falls within the resource designation, and the entire project area is within the general resource zone, which prioritizes resource uses and allows some rural residential and commercial uses scattered throughout there. And you can see that the majority of the surrounding area is zoned and designated the same. So in terms of community and stakeholder feedback, there was a public information meeting held on May 21st of this year, and 31 members of the public attended, with several speaking at the meeting. Staff also received from several individuals during the public comment period that came after, all of which are included in my report. So some of the major topics, concerns, and support for include concerns about number of wind farms in the area, environmental concerns, and approach to fire suppression, and support for tax revenue, community benefits agreement, and secondary access for Chalet Hamlet. So as you all know, a development agreement is a legal contract between the municipality and a property owner to permit a use that's not permitted as of right in the underlying zone, which is general resource in this case. So the resource designation does permit large-scale wind turbines by development agreement. And this designation and zone also prioritizes that resource development. So for some more project details, it's seven turbines are proposed within WHRM, and that includes 4 alternative locations. So even though there are 4 alternative locations, the development can only have a maximum of 7 turbines total in WHRM. Each turbine is 8 megawatts in capacity and 211 meters high, and additional turbines in Chester and Halifax Regional Municipality are contemplated. The proposed development agreement details a number of requirements, including the number of wind turbines permitted, which is 7, the setbacks, and most notably the setback to dwellings, which is now 4 times the height of the turbine or any distance required to meet shadow flicker and noise levels to any dwelling. So that basically means the minimum is 844 meters. There are Also in the DA, there's fire safety measures, including a passive fire suppression system and commitment to work with the local fire chief during the construction of the wind farm. Primary access is from Highway 14, and emergency access or egress is to be provided through Chalet Hamlet. Stormwater management plan is required prior to a permit to ensure no increased peak flow runoff post-development. And there's also requirements for a decommissioning fund. In terms of substantive matters, those include uses permitted on the property, including the maximum number of turbines, minimum setback requirements, the requirement for stormwater management plan, and the secondary emergency access requirement. So policy 424.4 enables council to consider the installation of large wind turbines or wind farms by development agreement. And for general policy 1631 states general criteria for development agreements, and both policies and criteria are considered to be met. So at the July Planning Advisory Committee meeting, the committee recommended in favor of the application, but also passed this additional motion requesting council take additional factors into consideration when looking at the file. So the motion is there on the screen, but basically speaks to giving consideration to gated emergency access, questions on fire suppression, the vibrancy fund, including a community park, and assurances related to well water that could potentially be impacted due to blasting. So for some additional details in terms of the gated emergency access, this has also been a topic of discussion at the Community Liaison Committee, the CLC. So it's not part of our requirements, but the applicant is open to discussing it. And it is important to note that it's currently not supported by Chalet Hamlet, but the applicant has expressed that they're willing to work with the community through this, especially through the CLC. In terms of fire suppression, so a non-passive fire suppression system is not required, and it's not industry standard to have that type of system built into the turbines. So applicants are, of course, required through the DA to continue to consult with the local fire chiefs on the design and construction of the development. And the fire chief has also expressed that they are satisfied with the current design and approach to emergency management of the development. In terms of the community park and as it relates to using the vibrancy fund for the park, the applicant also expressed that they are open to considering using the vibrancy fund to support a park, and conversations can be had at the CLC, and the CLC is of course welcome to recommend this as a way to use the vibrancy fund and to work with the community there. And in terms of water quality, there are strict requirements in terms of the impact to local well water as set out in the environmental assessment. So it's really in the provincial realm to monitor that. So the applicant is required to do pre-blast surveys and a blasting plan prior to any of that work being done in conjunction with the province. And they have mentioned they are confident with the setbacks being over and above 1 kilometer to the nearest dwelling. So I think the shortest setback is just over that 1,000 meters. And they have the ability to address and mitigate any potential concerns because of that distance there. And if there are any impacts to any of those local well waters, they are required to mitigate those issues through that provincial environmental approval process. So in terms of process, we're here tonight for council's consideration for first reading, which will be followed, of course, by scheduling a public hearing and second reading. So we've already done the public information meeting, staff review, and PACAC recommendation earlier this month. And that is the end of my presentation. I do have 2 recommendations when council is ready, but in the meantime, I can take any questions.
Thank you very much, Acting Director Fougier. Questions to Acting Director, Councillor Remy.
Through you, Mayor. Just one question, just for clarity. Did you say that the developers would be responsible to fix any issues with the water? Did I understand that? Like if there was something through that provincial process? Sorry, I just didn't understand that one part I was writing.
Yes, through you, Chair. So I don't have I can pull it up if needed, the environmental approval directly in front of me, but it is part of that environmental approval that they monitor that before and after and mitigate any issues.
Okay, awesome. And then just one other question, if I can. Sorry, and I'm just curious with the CLC, like where does, I understand like the vibrancy fund and all of that, but where does that live in this process to make sure that like the developers are actually sticking to that? And not to say that they would ever be like, no, we don't want to do anything with that anymore, like once this is approved, but like where does that live? Is that like a obligation that like lives somewhere that they have to maintain that relationship with the community?
Through you, Chair. So there is a requirement in the development agreement to have the community benefits agreement. So that's an agreement across the 3 municipalities that this wind farm will span. And it is basically administered by the CLC. So that's sort of where kind of that hard requirement is, I guess, through the DA requiring that there is that agreement, and then the agreement itself.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Director Fougier. So for direction of residents who are concerned about water, should we be directing them to test their water previous to this development agreement occurring, or should we be directing them to the Department of Environment through the province to ask questions surrounding those concerns? Where do I direct them?
Through you, Chair. I would say through the province, just it being that's under their jurisdiction is water quality and that environmental piece.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bob Moran.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Through you, just curiosity question more than anything. Did I hear that you said the closest turbine will be more than 1 kilometer away from the residents?
Yes, so I believe I can pull it up here. We have an alternate location that is 1,043 meters to the closest residence, and then one of the others is just over that at 1,094 meters away. So those are the closest. So they exceed that minimum separation distance of 844.
I guess my follow-up, and I'm not sure if it's a question or a statement. Our previous, before we tried to extend it, and then the province came back to shorten the distance, they would have fallen under our old one. What was is there something I'm missing? Why did they have to resubmit if they were over anyway?
Through you, Chair. I don't recall exactly what the previous separation distances were, but I want to say it was in the sort of kilometer range. Yeah. So they chose to resubmit because they have a new development concept. So previously, I believe it was around 11 turbines, and now they've narrowed it down to 7.
Thank you.
Any Councillor Whedon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through you to Director Fougier. Just more of a curiosity. Do we know if the Chester and the HRM turbines have started or what phase they're at in their development?
Through you, Chair. Not exactly sure where they're at with their approvals. I don't believe they're under development. HRM and Chester have a slightly different approval process. I don't recall if it's through DA or I think one of the municipalities does it as a right. So they're sort of working through that in tandem, is my understanding.
Thank you.
Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So appreciate the questions and the update provided since the planning meeting, because it was quite a detailed conversation that we had there about this, and very worthwhile. So that just to restate here, like on the water quality, that's referred back through to the province. You made reference to the environmental assessment, and I don't recall if that is attached to our current package, or if it's not, if we can get, are you able to circulate that? Are we able to be able to view that? We're only at first reading at this point, right? So
through your Chair, yeah, it's included in the attachments. So the attachments is the PACAC report, and then within that there's an attachment for.
Thank you. I'll find it then.
It's a relatively short document, but it basically has the conditions of that approval.
Thank you very much for that. Vibrancy Fund again goes through CLC, which is required and established within the DA. So that I think leaves the other two. One is the fire suppression, which you said non-passive system is the standard. Some wind turbines may have non-passive fire protection in it. Did I understand that correctly? But non-passive is the standard, if I'm using that right.
Through you, Chair. Sorry. So passive fire suppression system is what we're requiring in this DA, and that is, I'm not sure if that's industry standard, but the non-passive fire suppression system is not industry standard. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I know the use of the non is what kind of makes that a difficult thing to. And so that takes us back to the last item, which was what was discussed, I think, perhaps a fair bit at the last meeting, and that's on the gated access. And I think I understand that there's been discussions with the developers and residents within the one community out there. And so the reason that got raised again at planning was because it seemed like it was something that was hanging. It was unresolved as to whether it would be gated or it wouldn't be gated, and that there seems to be two lines of thought out there. So what's the best way to get resolution on that? Because I don't know how much of a stance we take on a gated road, except I know I take the interpretation that if it's an emergency road, it's not for general transit. An emergency road is like an emergency exit. Although we go out of these pretty frequently, it's not something that you're going to what's the best way for us to try and address that as an issue here, that we've got the community, that everybody understands whether it's gated or not?
Through you, Chair. So through the DA, it doesn't require it to be gated, and we don't have any requirements anywhere in our sort of planning documents or municipal specs to have it gated. I know there is sort of two different trains of thought, whether you gate it or not. There hasn't been any comments from the fire chief sort of for or against it either. It's something that the applicant has expressed, willing to discuss at the CLC, where you have sort of representatives from those different communities, where you can have a little bit more of engagement around that topic. It can be something written into the DA, or it can be something sort of handled through the CLC or through other sort of mechanisms outside of the DA application process.
Thank you. And my last question on that is just to clarify, it is a private road. It is not one of our roads. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Councillor Larry Pinch.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just curious, and I might have missed it in the package. Do we have the Crown lease? I know it's part of DAs that we.
Through you, Chair. Not yet. It's written into the DA that the lease needs to be secured by June of next year. And if it's not, then the municipality has the ability to discharge the development agreement. So it's a requirement that they have that lease in place before development.
May I ask one follow-up, Sheriff?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Through you. So how would we as a council know that if we have or have not received that lease? Is it something that the planning department manages and ensures that that's received?
Through you, Chair. Through the permitting process, the development officer will be going through the DA, making sure that all those requirements are met before issuing the permit.
Councillor Ivey.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that question, it was save myself having to push the button again. When you said if the lease is not secured by June, that which permits, like, does that mean between now and next June, there's no construction activity out there, or is this final approval permits, or what sort of state are we in that permits don't go until that lease is in place?
Through your Chair. So in order for them to apply for permits and then for them to be issued, all of those requirements would have to be met. So if they secure the lease sooner than June, then the permits can be issued.
Released. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, council? We do have a recommendation up on the screen. Deputy Mayor?
Make the recommendation.
Sure.
The council give first reading and hold a public hearing to consider entering into a development agreement to allow a wind farm on PIDs 453-99540, 453-99573, 453-81217, 453-81209, 453-99532, 450-60068, and 450-60076, which is substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment C of the report file number 28-18 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated July 10th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you. So I know that we've discussed the gated emergency access, just for some general information for council. The other emergency egress roads throughout my district in private road associations are gated. They're gated for a plethora of reasons, some of which have to do with safety, so that that road is used for its intended purpose. It helps to mitigate some waste concerns as far as illegal dumping goes, and also some concerns about like back road access to some properties, being able to slip through those roads to perhaps make travel on the main road not required for a various number of reasons as to why you would want to do that. The fire department does have the keys to all of the gates, and obviously in any emergency situation, the fire department is present. There are gates that you can get that are like basically push open gates, meaning that if you moved into them with a vehicle with not a large amount of force, that gate would open. I mean, those pose their own concerns if somebody just did it anyways. But I do have some concerns with that emergency egress road not being gated. I do understand from a resident's perspective that they are thinking about the efficiency with which they could get to that road, but any evacuation plan would have to be managed by an emergency agency, or else you get a lot of chaos. So there will be lots of individuals within emergency services present should that be the case at any point in the future, which we hope never has to be used. So I would suggest that council amends the motion to include the egress road be gated.
Is that a motion you're making?
Yes, please.
Made by Councillor Leary Pinch as an amendment.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Remy. Any discussion on the amendment, sorry. And that is to add to the development agreement that emergency access gate be, or emergency access be gated. Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that this is, again, being discussed in the fashion that it is, so that it's not something that's left hanging, and that we have one community thinking that it is or isn't going to be gated, and that at some point in time, a decision be made one way or the other. And I guess that comes down to, I guess part of this is the conversation between the developer and the residents as to what ultimately ends up getting resolved, as it's private road in that fashion that we don't get to have authority over. So I just, that's where I really would like to see that gets resolved somehow with the residents and the developer as much as possible. But I do appreciate that at least this way it's emergency access. In my mind, and emergency access is something that should not be there for general everyday use and transit.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
Just through you, Chair, I believe I heard that it could be dealt with through the CLC.
Director Fougere, I believe that's what you had said.
Yeah, through you, Chair. My understanding is conversations have been happening at that level and can continue to happen at the CLC.
Okay, this is just to give first reading and hold a public hearing. So, okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just for some clarity on wind farms in Eller's House, they do have a gate on their road. It is the old road to the Hartville Quarry. Although I've never seen it closed, there is a gate there. So it's, on that wind farm, it does have a gate.
Any further discussions on the amendment? And it's a good step forward to include it. And that way, when the public hearing does come, the public can have a chance to weigh in on that aspect of the DA. And if council feels it needs to change it, it can change it at that point. But it's in my opinion, it's good to have it in there included, so there's some transparency of what council is intending to do to begin with. But if there's no more discussion on the amendment, we will put that vote to a vote. And the amendment, council, is to have the emergency access gated. And the motion is passed. Now we go back to the original motion with the amendment added in with the emergency access gated. We can put that. Any more discussion on this motion as amended now? All right, we will put that up for a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. And we do have a second part of that recommendation up on the screen. If somebody wishes to make it, we can have discussion. Deputy Mayor.
The council require that the development agreement with Bear Lake Wind Limited, Wagner Forest Nova Scotia Limited, and Atlantic Star Forestry Limited for PIDs 453-99540, 453-99573, 453-81217, 453-81209, 453-99532, 450-60068, and 450-60076 be signed within 120 days from the date of final approval by council or the date that any appeals have been disposed of. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be at an end.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. For the discussion, council. All right, we will put that vote up on the screen. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, we have municipal council business activity reports. We appreciate all the councilors who submitted. They were very detailed. Lots of activity going on. It's quite encouraging to see the back and forth between residents and councilors and everything that is going on in each district. We have two advisory board activity reports, Annapolis Valley Regional Library and the Valley Wren. Councilor Remy, thank you for those. It's nice to read those and what's going on. A lot of work within the Valley Wren, and it's interesting to hear the comments on the levy and where the businesses are standing and other accommodations who aren't room accommodations. So that's encouraging to see that there's a lot of discussion on that. So hopefully we get more coming back and something comes to this group to discuss as well. So thank you for that. We are council at 7:58. We will take about 5 to 10 minute break at this point, and when we come back, we'll resume at new business on the agenda. For everybody at home as well, we'll be back in about 10 minutes here. We're live. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. It's July 22nd, 2025 at 8:12 p.m. and we'll resume this session of West End Regional Municipality Council meeting. We are at the part of the agenda number 15, new business. The first part, 15A, policy change, amending the time period required to provide a notice of reconsideration reducing from 14 days. Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Chair. So report was circulated in advance, and I think, I hope it's fairly clear, but the purpose of this is that we recently had motions of reconsideration, and motions of reconsideration uniquely require within our meeting and committee procedural documents 14 days. Motions to amend policy documents and the like are 7 days. But for ours, we had 14. 14 is a tough number to meet because even if you were and I realize that if you're going from committee of the whole to council, that any different committee of the whole still has to be approved by council. So you wouldn't necessarily have a motion of reconsideration between those two meetings, but you can't get 14 days, clear days in between those two meetings because you don't count the day of notice and you don't count the day of the meeting. You're stuck. And so the purpose of this was simply to shorten that window, that if ever we came across a situation where we needed to have another motion of reconsideration, we weren't stuck for a 2-week period, which is what we ended up with if we had about a month ago dealt with the budget matter in that fashion. That 7 days is more reasonable and it's pretty close to what we would have been at anyways. So the purpose of this is just to remove that, I guess, hurdle. It's not something that's urgent or immediate, to be frank, if anybody wants to see more research or information on this. But I think I quoted in there, there's different time periods for different government bodies and agencies that use different dates, 7, 10, 11, 14. One was even 15 or 16. So this is just to simplify and shorten the process. Like I said, if we ever had, back-to-back council meetings for some reason, special meeting, and you need to, then it gives you that greater latitude. Open to any questions anybody has on that or to hear anything before I put the motion on the floor to see if we have an interest in that or not.
Are there any questions to Councillor Ivy on his report at this point, Council? We don't have any questions.
Saying nothing, I'll put the motion out and see where we stand. So the motion is to recommend the council amend its meeting and committee procedural policy within section 12.27, reducing the notice period required for a motion of reconsideration by replacing the text at least 14 days prior to the next meeting with the text at least 7 days prior to the next meeting.
Moved by Councillor Ivy. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paul Whedon. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Paul Moore.
So I'm just going to go back to November, December. We had a motion put on the floor by the mayor for the PAC, and it wasn't the 14-day period. Council was in an uproar as well as the public. We heard loud and clear they wanted 14 days. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this.
Okay. Further questions, discussion? Deputy Mayor.
If we're gonna reconsider and we need additional information, I just don't think 7 days is gonna provide time for reconsideration of what may come up. If it's something that we're gonna reconsider, I think the 14 covers us. I know it doesn't get us from committee of the whole to council, but.
Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I guess 2 points I'm considering is one, the proposal would make council more nimble, so to speak, and provides greater flexibility. But on the other hand, there is the issue of sober second thought, and that has to be considered. So I don't know how to weigh the two against each other. And So I don't know if I'm prepared at this point to support the motion.
Further discussion on the motion. Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments. And again, I'm not, I thought about the same matter about the ability for sober second thought. And also, whether we become too nimble and use it too much, which we shouldn't. Reconsideration, again, is something when you think you may have gotten it wrong. We did reconsideration within a meeting on the water utility matter a year ago last November, because we'd initially failed it and realized that, look, we didn't necessarily want it to fail. We wanted to get more information on it. So there's all those matters. Residents, with regards to that motion a few months ago, was they wanted 14 because that's what we prescribed. And we were giving less than 14. We were at the best giving 3 or 4 days. So that's why that, like, it can go, any different way that you want it to. But the purpose of this is, and you can always do another, set aside the rules to waive the 14 if you need, if you felt it was something that was more important. But again, that's not something that we should be doing on a regular basis. And that's the reason for looking to make this consistent with what we have for policy, that if you want to put it forward, a motion to reconsider, I'm saying 7 days is the easy way to go. It could always make it 10. But, there's the in-between ground if you want to do something like that, which would fit in between. Again, pretty unlikely you do a committee of the whole to council, but there's an in-between number that certainly works too. Those would be my final comments. If anybody else, has any thoughts or wants to amend that, feel free.
Any further discussion, council? Usually a notice of reconsideration happens at the meeting that the vote took place at, and somebody on the prevailing side maybe has a second thought, or maybe a discussion happened at the break that, like, oh geez, never thought about that. Maybe I'll make that notice now, and it gives that period of time where councillors can reweigh their judgment, or the public knows as well that council is reconsidering this. I do have trepidation on 7 days myself. I think it's a short period of time, and maybe abused to some extent myself. But not seeing any more lights on, we will put it to a vote. And the motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. We will move on to the next one. Audit Committee Policy Change, amend Section K, Audit Committee Composition. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Chair. And I just picked up this in reviewing the agenda, and I probably submitted an earlier version which had Appendix K, but it's Appendix E, just for anybody that's referencing as it relates to the Audit Committee. So this is, I guess, an output of looking at what we've had taking place, as part of the budget process and going through the numbers, identifying what we have for capital resources and operating revenues, covering our expense and so forth, and looking at the amount of time that we debated the budget, and looking at the mandate of the audit committee and the broader scope that it has built within its terms of reference, which I think actually can serve as a real asset to the municipality and council in that regard, especially as it relates to risk, as it relates to the purpose here in adding additional members onto that committee and providing a broader, more diverse perspective, because we all come from different backgrounds with different strengths and otherwise that can certainly serve in that capacity. That functioning, I think, with just 3 council and just 1 to 2 resident members, I think is thin, especially given the volume that our budgets have grown, and now we're in a budget spend cycle of $50 million per year for 5 years, where we've been averaging between 20 and 25 for the last 5. So that's the thinking behind this. Open to any questions before I'd look to put a motion on the floor to make the amendments as discussed.
Any questions on the report, council, to Councillor Ivey before we get into discussion? Councillor Remy.
Through you, Mayor, just a quick question or a statement, I guess, more than anything else. One of the things on there that you said that it might be deferred for broader consideration to the committee, its roles, responsibilities, whatever, to paraphrase what you have in there. When I was going down through there, one of the biggest thing, and I guess it was just coming fresh out of the budget deliberations more so than anything else, is if we could somehow build into the terms of reference for that committee that there be an orientation or to go over. I actually wrote it down because I knew I would forget some of my wording. Well, I guess it's just simple orientation or training process for new members. But to add a section, I thought it might be section 6.2. I think it's under administration. Anyway, I won't get into that before just saying I would like to look at the entire thing or even make another amendment, but kind of look at the entire or allow the committee to do it. But I just think that it would be important, again, sorry for rambling, but just coming fresh out of budgets, if this is an oversight, to make sure, because we do have the requirement for any resident member to have some sort of financial background, but not all of us at this council table have a financial background. So then to go into that audit committee setting and be completely blank on what, you know, the purpose is and all of those things, I just thought it would be a good idea to kind of incorporate some sort of training or stuff around training in that committee.
Yeah, when it comes to terms of reference, council sets the terms of reference for the committees. If council wanted to change terms of reference for any committee, it shall do so around this table as well. So that was a suggestion.
Yeah, I guess I just thought it might make it easier where we're already, if this is being considered, to kind of have that be part of this whole discussion as well. I guess that's where I was going with this, where it's already on the or potentially on the table once the motion's made, but I just kind of wanted to throw my 2 cents worth in there.
Okay, Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just kind of comment on Councillor Remy there. When I am on the audit committee, and there is I think it's a 5-part module that Director Rashawn sent us all. Is very informative and financially literate, I believe, is the term. And after doing that module, I felt more financially literate. So there are some good training modules in there. Thanks.
There's also a lot of training for our newly elected councillors as well through the provincial government. It doesn't touch on 100% on the financial aspects, but
and just to add, I mean, I know, or you know, I was aware like the AMA puts on some training and those types of things, but I just thought it'd be worthwhile to have it in the terms of reference so that it wasn't overlooked. That's all I mean. Like, I think it would be a cool thing to add.
There's not a bad comment or suggestion, council. That's the role of this group, is to find or settle on a place where it feels most comfortable with any of its committees and the efficiency and the effectiveness of those committees. So there's not a bad comment. There's not a bad suggestion. It's just, as a group, where do we wish to land on something? So it's a valid point. It's always a valid point. Councillor Ivey, your light.
Yeah, just thank you, Worship. And just to the comment by Councillor Remy there is that, yeah, the ability does exist. We're in September, July. So we're in July. We're off August. We hit September. Committees renew at the end of October. And so that's the reason for the notation here on deferral, is that, you know, these are just a couple of things. I mean, there's many things in there that you could look at and do a refresh on. Committee members are appointed per the terms for a year. I think we're typically appointing for 2, which doesn't line up. So we may want to consider that. But equally, I don't know that on an audit committee you want people getting on for a year. There's reasons why you would say, yeah, you cycle them in for a year, you cycle them out, but you also want that experience to build up, that they are sufficiently familiar to be able to provide value in questions and insight and so on. So those are the options. I want to bring this to the table so that we aren't, you know, next thing you know, it's the end of October, wanted to talk about this. So I'm open to whatever council thinks on this. I just think, given the value of the business now, it's worth getting more eyes on it.
Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm making the assumption we're past the question period and we're permitted to make general comments here.
Yeah, we're still in a discussion phase now. No motions have been made to this point. So
okay,
I think we're as a group, we're trying to settle on something that may be acceptable to the group before we get into a motion, and that way we avoid a lot of back and forth and amendments and failed motions, or just trying to find somewhere where we can settle.
That's where I'm at as well. So I decided to put my light on.
Absolutely.
I certainly agree that there's a lot more work that the audit committee could do. And I think a lot of those tasks have already been identified. There probably are more. But I think before we expand the audit committee, we should determine what roles the audit committee is going to perform. Because audit committees actually haven't been around for a very long time. much less than planning advisory committees, for example. And from what I can tell is the focus of audit committees so far has been fairly narrow. And that is not intended to be a criticism. But we need to be clear what's involved if we're trying to expand that role. And for example, rest assured that there's going to be a lot more work, not only for the committee members, but particularly for staff. So when we're looking at potential costs, there's going to be, I think, would be a substantial increase in the time required from staff to manage this committee. You just look at the proposed makeup, it's a much bigger committee. If you look, it's similar in scope to Planning Advisory Committee. And if you see some of those discussions and the questions that get asked and the reports that are requested, et cetera, it's going to mean more work. So I think, in general, I support the idea, but I think we need to try and define the new role of the audit committee before we expand the membership. And I think I'll leave it at that for now. Happy to answer questions too, I guess.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, through you, I'm sort of in the same mindset. I would rather see the members who are eligible appointed for a 2-year term, so there's not the rollover. You get in, you get your feet wet, and then they are 2-year terms now, or even, okay. I'm just looking at it now. Members are eligible for appointment and may serve up to 2 years. Do we usually have a lot of residents apply to sit on the audit committee? Okay.
Currently, we have one vacancy that we haven't been able to fill. That member was incredibly intelligent, who has a strong financial background and provided a lot of commentary to every discussion that we had, and it was quite valuable. I think Director Rashawn could vouch for that. And her term had finished. I think she had reached the maximum allowable and had to step off the committee. Our current citizen member, again, incredibly intelligent, provides a lot of insight to topics. I think her term is nearing an end as well, which is going to pose a problem as well. But so it's hard to get citizen members on to apply.
So I'm thinking we should wait until we can get 2 members to sit on it before we try to go for 3. If we can't get 2 now, I don't know how we expect to get 3. So I'm just looking at it. So they're appointed for 1 year, maybe appoint them for the 2. I know they can, and then maybe it's a 2-year commitment because continuity means a lot. As for 3 to 6 counselors, again, the planning committee came into mind and what we tried to do there. I think sometimes I'm a believer on these committees with the direction they have, less is more. Could be more, we as counselors can watch the meetings, we can come, we can sit in. So I think we all have that opportunity as it is now, but right now, I suggest we get a more defined role before we expand.
Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm all for increasing the number of counselors from 3 to 6. I mean, we're going from $21 million capital to $50 million, over 5 years, that's $250 million. So I'm all for it. We're stewards of the money. We should be more involved in that. Thanks.
Councillor Remy.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to give my support to this too. 100% on board with this, and especially, like I say, after these last budget ones and seeing our reserves going down and all of those things, I think we should be more engaged with that.
Further discussion, Council. All right, Councillor Ivey.
I'll try the motion. Basically, look, I appreciate all the comments on this. I guess as a starting point, that a lot of the things that I thought of as writing it, when you start to write the reports, you can start off with one vein that you're going down, you can shift and change and And I did do that. I, made modifications here as to the numbers. I thought more than 6 actually is what I was initially, a larger number. And I just said, nah. So wherever it lands, we can see what happens with it. I think as it relates to the scope and so on, better to have more people there thinking about it and whether they're the ones that stay or not. I don't know. And yeah, we do need to do more to get other resident members in there that bring a different lens than what we do around this table. And so that means, more knocking on doors or phone calls from us to try and find folks with that financial background to assist what staff do in trying to get people in for that. So that being said, that's a long intro to a motion. The recommendation that I have is that council amend its meeting and committee procedural policy, Appendix Z, Section 4.2, for audit committee to increase its composition of the committee from 3 members of council to 6 members of council, and its resident representation from 2 members to 3.
There's a motion made by Councillor Ivy, seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith for the discussion on the motion. All right, we will put that to a vote. And the motion is passed. All right, council, we currently have 3 council members on that committee, so we require 3 more as per that motion. So I will open up for nominations at this point for audit committee. First call for nominations. Councillor Scott McLean.
Can you nominate yourself?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll nominate myself.
Councillor Whedon.
I nominate Councillor Ivy.
Second call for nominations. We need 3 members. Councillor
I'll
Larry
nominate
Pinch.
myself.
What was that? Sorry, I didn't hear.
I'll nominate myself.
Nominate yourself. Third call for Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, I'll nominate Councillor Smith. Sorry, John Smith. And I'll also, if I can do 2, I'll also put in Crystal Remy.
Third call for nominations, Councillor Larry Pinch.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
All right, so we have Councillor McLean, Councillor Ivy, Councillor Larry Pinch, Councillor John Smith, and Councillor Remy. Councillor McLean, you accept your nomination?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Ivy, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Councillor Larry Pinch, you accept the nomination? Councillor John Smith, you accept the nomination? And Councillor Remy, do you accept your nomination? All right, so do you have some paper there, Clerk Snare? We need 3 members, council, sir. So you're going to jot 3 numbers, or sorry, 3 names on the paper, and then Clerk Snare will collect those. No, just 3, just one paper, 3 names on the paper. So your nominations, council, the nominations are Councillor Scott McLean, Councillor Ivy, Councillor Larry Pinch, Councillor John Smith, and Councillor Remy.
For clarification purposes, Your Worship.
Yep.
Do we put 3 names on the
3
piece of paper?
3 names.
Thank you.
3 names. You can vote for yourself, yes. And oh, we have one more vote here. You got to collect. For those at home who can't see what's going on, we have staff going out to tally the votes for the 3 individuals who will sit on audit committee in addition to the current committee. With the conclusion of this meeting, staff will begin to work on advertising for those additional vacant position as well as the other position there. So anybody who is watching at home or who does know of somebody potentially who has a strong financial background, please get to contact any of the counselors or the office itself to apply for the committee. It's a great committee, and again, you review a lot of detailed information, and it's quite important. So we welcome as many applications as we can, and we look forward to it. Our citizen members are quite engaged in most of our committees, so it's a great benefit to us to have as many as we can. To avoid any long, awkward periods of silence. It's a great day. Feel like I'm reading like a book or something here, Councillor Remy.
Can I just go backwards to something, just the Valley Wren and the comment that you had made about the levy?
Absolutely.
I meant to mention it and I
Absolutely.
missed it, but there is a joint council session. So we should be getting an invite to that soon.
Perfect.
On September 17th or something like that.
100%. We appreciate that. It was an interesting read, really, and it's interesting. Like, it'll be kind of neat to see where it all falls, and a year-round tourism fund to promote the Valley region is something that's long overdue. So it's
So there's no ties, but we did have a flashback. Those are the three top names
perfect.
to be appointed.
Perfect. So we have Councillor Remy, Councillor Ivy, and Councillor Scott McLean to the committee. Welcome, folks. Our next meeting, I believe, will be September. So
The clerk is reminding that we will destroy the ballots.
absolutely. So we will look for a motion to destroy the ballots, folks. If I can move by Councillor Whedon, seconded by Councillor Remy. I will just do a show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed. I'll give you that one, CAO, to destroy with the others. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, so we will move on to the next item of business. Oh, sorry, I'll give you the chair, Deputy Mayor, as it's my item there.
Yep, so we'll move on to 15D, Finance and Development Requests for Information.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, Council, a lot of discussion within the community lately and over since, I guess I would say since consolidation and sometimes pre-consolidation, if I really try to think back to those days. Always looking at the fairest way to a tax structure, but also when council is considering capital expenditures, they're considering a budget, they're considering different items that require a financial aspect of things or any decision really. It's good to have as much information available to us as possible and that's statistics and numbers that we can piece all together that counselors can have on hand all the time rather than trying to sift through old reports or planning packages because a lot of development activity is within the planning documents or the planning agendas, but to have it in one summation and then we update as needed, it would be helpful. I suggested a couple of things in the report, population statistics for 2016, 2020, 24 to give council a rough idea of the progress that we are making on numbers of residents here. Projected populations going forward, 28, 32, population numbers by district, so you get a better sense of where each district lies as a whole compared to the whole. On the building side of things, approved residential units to date. I know we went through that process not too long ago. Average number of occupancy permits yearly to give an idea of what's actually being constructed and completed and moved into rather than just development agreement. And we saw one tonight that its commencement date is 2028 and maybe depending on any future approvals could be longer. So just because we are approving these DAs and approving development, it doesn't necessarily mean it's being built in a manner that we may expect it to be built. So just sorry, back to that. Number of units approved to date, occupancy permits since 2020, assessed value of properties in each district for years leading up to 2024, tax revenue per district to give each one an idea of the strength. I guess it's probably not the best word to say, but the activity of each district and any other statistics council wish to have. Open to suggestions and comments if there's something in particular that somebody wishes to have on hand and in an easy way to access. But also going forward to look at the tax structure and again on the fairness. We've always talked about fairness, but what does that mean? And is the way we're doing business today, is that the best way? And is that the fairest way to do business and the most appropriate? Again, a larger project or a larger tackle or larger process to undertake. I know CIO has given the comments on it's not a small task to piece this together. This is not a small task. So I appreciate that, CIO, and I appreciate Director Rashawn and your entire department and Acting Director Fougier and your department. There's a lot on the go, and I really do appreciate. I know I suggested September in the report, but again, sometimes you stick a date on there and you look for comments back from staff, and they have provided those comments as raised earlier by Councillor Remy on dates and trying to pinpoint a time where we have a bullseye to get to, I guess. But before I do make a recommendation here, Chair, sorry, to open it up for comments as well, if councillors feel that this information is good, they wanted to add to it, they want something different, or it's something that they're not interested in at this point, but just to create the discussion council in.
Does anyone have any questions or comments for the mayor? Councillor Ivy?
Thank you, Deputy. I think it's all good information. I think it's one of those things that you can walk and start adding pieces to and continue to add over time. It's, you'll have your core information one at the front end, and as it all goes towards determining what our sustainable level of operations are and our capital is and how that equates out at the end of the day to a tax rate. So whatever will help guide us in that regard. We've often talked here about looking at, so what's the projection on revenues that we foresee in the future? And that seems to be, except that we've sort of got the number in what we have in the debt to revenue ratio that we have. It's just the inverse of what's sitting in front of us to be able to work that backwards. So there's things like that can help us, like in looking forward, I think tremendously. I think it's a good idea. And if we didn't have all the information to start, that'd be okay. Any new information that's related to making decisions on a budget is a good thing. And we'll find there'll be some information we probably gather and never use, and you can let it, go to the side, but there'll be other things that we'll want to add to it but I think it's a good thing to get started with as you go down the path on the budgetary process that, any one of us can find some of these things and bring it to the table.
Councillor Remy?
Through you, I just want to say the same thing. I thought it would be awesome to have all of that information. I know some of this stuff has come up again during budgets. I feel like I keep talking about budget deliberations tonight, but also even tonight when Planner Hung was giving his presentation and showed those stats in his report, like even just little things like that make a big difference in how you're receiving the information and seeing the impact of some of the decisions that we're making at this table or those types of things. So I 100% think it's a cool idea.
Councillor Yanish?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, overall, I think it's a good idea, but I see two different directions that we're going here. One is we're trying to compile a lot of information, which I fully support all the extra information that we can get to help us manage our budgets properly and effectively. And just while I'm on that one question, are the population statistics, are they only available in election years? Every 4 years, or is it possible can we obtain those more frequently? I'm just wondering where that data comes from.
EAO or Clerk Snare?
I understand them to be aligned with Statistics Canada and be more in the every 4 years, but that's the extent of my knowledge. I'm not sure if any, Deanna's.
To you, Mayor. CAO is correct. Those stats are given to us during an election year, and they were provided during the election package. We do have those numbers, but anything since then we wouldn't have access to.
So the figures through you, Chair, the figures that we get during an election year would be above and beyond what we get from Statistics Canada every 4 years. Is that correct?
Those were provided to us from Elections Canada through StatsCan.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I guess the other point, though, that I want to make is I thought that the report was fairly bold in that there were suggestions made of possibly rejigging the tax structure. And that's fairly significant. And because we had, during the amalgamation process, there were a lot of questions about the tax structure and what kind of a structure was going to be developed. And it's my opinion that we never really came to grips with that. We had a few workshops, and we had some presenters from, I don't know, Winnipeg and on Thunder Bay, maybe, I can't remember. There were a few here. But after that, we sort of left it hanging, and we didn't pursue any formal tax structure. And basically, we muddled through with what we had. So I think that's a really big question that we have to consider if we're open to considering area rates again. That's a big. It seems to me we've been steering away from that, but that's back on the table. Is that something we want to address? How many things do we want a general rate? Those are really, really big questions that are that we need to consider, particularly when we consider the last budget that was presented to us. There were a number of surprises in that, and a lot of those surprises had to do with our tax structure and the general rating of services. So I think that's a really important discussion that we need to have, and I don't really think we can resolve it tonight, but it definitely has to be on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Larry Pinch.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I was really happy to see this on the agenda. I think that the information that's being requested would be beneficial in informing our conversations with residents. And also the exploration into area rated systems, if nothing more than for informational purposes. I think that it would be useful to be able to demonstrate to residents what it would look like if they were potentially paying solely for only their fire department or only for things within their area, because those are the questions as a rural councillor that I receive on a consistent basis. Is why are we paying for that? Why do our tax funds go to this? What are we receiving? And this could, show favorably perhaps to those questions, or it could be totally the opposite way, that it would not be favorable, but at least we would have the information to be able to have an informed discussion moving forwards, should we choose to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ivy, do you have another?
Yeah, just my closing comment or last one on this is that I think Councillor Yanis has raised perhaps the biggest component of this as it relates to what we'd look at by way of tax rates. And part of it is realizing that they aren't all going to be the same. Different years when we've looked at adjusting rates here and we wanted them all to move in parallel, and that's really not real when you look at the way the cost structure exists across the municipality, that we get comfortable with that and truly do try to find the way that is the best balance that gets them as close as you can, given the diversity that exists across our region by way of size and density, to get that it makes sense as much as anything.
Counselor Remy.
Thank you. And just one more comment, because I didn't comment on the tax rate portion of that report. I think it would be a really great idea for us to have a conversation about it. I just think, I mean, just following up on Kayla's comment, a lot of our residents in the rural area, or people see it all over the place, or in the rural areas where it's like, why are we paying for that when it doesn't? So I think that what you proposed in here, there is an opportunity where it's being paid in the areas that they're benefiting from it. Understanding we're rural, or we are a regional municipality. So, and the benefits of the things that are happening in Windsor still benefit the people in the rural areas. I'm rambling right now, but I think it would be a really great idea to explore it.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none. Oh, CAO.
If I could, Madam Chair, just to
Yes.
speak to my comments, it's the hypotheticals that are going to take some time, right? It's not to say it can't be done. Some of it other is just data. It's just research, the planning department probably has majority of approved permits. You saw a taste of that, but some of the hypotheticals is what will take a bit of time. So I'm hearing, get what you can as quickly as you can, and there's kind of an appreciation for some of the work that goes with the hypotheticals, because the hypotheticals could generate, 11 different communities in theory with respect to assessments and so forth. So it's just, there's a bit of work and PDSC engagement and so forth. So I just want council to be realistic with that hypothetical piece. It's not all time consuming. All of the items are some are research, but those hypotheticals are gonna take some time. So, okay.
Great. Mayor Zabian.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, again, all great points. It is two different things in the report, Council. To touch on Councilor Janish's comments here, it's looking at statistics and hard numbers that you can keep next to you every time you are making a decision, or bring to every meeting, just so you can always refer to them. And then the larger discussion on the tax structure and what's the fairest way to move forward. I don't know the answer to that. I know we have kicked it around since consolidation and through the coordinating committee. What's the best way without ruffling too much? And we've chosen the way that we're currently doing it as the easiest way to begin with. But I don't know what the best way. I know there's a lot of discussion within the community when we go through the budget cycles. Whenever there's a tax decrease, nobody really pays attention. Everybody's happy, but when there is that tax increase and it's on one area rate as opposed to the entire municipality, and again, there's reasons for that are built in within the budget, and we've gone through all those. But the average person doesn't have the access, or has the access, but hasn't been involved as much as this group has been involved, for example. So it may not be as clear to them. And again, going forward, that's a much larger discussion on the tax structure and the area rates. That's not a 1, 2, 3 month process. That could be a process that takes this group until the end of its term before it settles on something that it may feel, if it does settle on anything that it feels is better than what we're currently doing. I guess at the end of the day, we want to make sure residents have the full confidence that the services that they're getting and the taxes that they're paying is paying for what they're receiving, or they have access to anyways. I referenced waste pickup recreation RCMP as something that I didn't bring up in this report because it's something that everybody uses and has equal access to. There could be arguments made for all three of those items as well to be broken down into an area rate as well. Again, anything can be looked at, but just depends on where this group wants to fall. I'd be more intent right now, council, to look at the hard stats in a shorter time frame, and then have us, I hate to say the word again, but a workshop type thing, or various workshops with an individual who can work us through that to help us look at things, who has experience in it. Our staff are swamped. And if we're looking at having budgets earlier, and we're looking at going through audits right now and trying to, that's an immense amount of pressure on our finance department, which is a little short-staffed right now as well. So we may need some outside help to go through the process of the tax structure, which I think it's important to go through. and have those discussions with the residents and stuff. But with saying that, I'm going to make a recommendation, CAO, and we'll see where we get with it. The council directs staff to prepare for no later than the January committee of the whole meeting, incorporating the information requested as outlined in a report titled Finance and Development Information dated July 22nd, 2025. And that's the January 2026 committee of the whole meeting. Sorry.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Larry Pinch. So any more questions on the motion? If not, do we want to, okay, put it up for a vote? Motion passed. That's great. Now,
Right.
Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. All right. Next line of business is council meeting date request. Clerk Snare.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before you this evening is a request for a decision report regarding the November Committee of the Whole meeting. Within the report, it notes that that meeting will fall on Remembrance Day, which is a holiday. And I'm asking council to look at reconsidering a new meeting date. And there's options within the report.
Thank you very much, Clerk Snare. This questions to clerk on the report. I think it was pretty straightforward and the reasons why, but if there's no questions, we do have a recommendation we can put up on the screen. Councillor Larry Pinch.
That council approve the rescheduling of the WHRM Committee of the Whole meeting from November 11th, 2025 to November 12th, 2025, and that notice of the change be provided to the public.
Motion made by Councillor Larry Pinch.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paul Whedon. Discussion on the motion. Seeing no lights, we will put that to a vote. The motion is passed. Thank you very much. All right, next item on is a special council meeting, July 22nd decision request. Director Fougier, Acting Director Fougier.
Thank you, Chair. So this is just a decision request of council coming from two of our applicants on two separate files to have a special council meeting hosted earlier in September. In my report, I suggest September 11th after the regular Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee meeting or thereafter in order to expedite both those files. So one would be for the Bear Lake Development Agreement for the public hearing, and the second would be an application that hasn't been brought forward yet, but for the Irving Lands Development Agreement and rezoning.
Thank you very much, Acting Director Fougier. Are there questions, council, on Acting Director's report? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess the question of doing it after the planning meeting Thursday night, which those planning meetings, of course, they're going longer too, right? And so to have a couple of public hearings after that, I just wonder if that's going to be our best date to be able to have those public hearings heard and held, especially since I think one of them will probably have more participation than some of the others. So the only other thing I would ask or add on to that, just by way of, I'm trying to stick with questions here, but if there might be a better date, because after not meeting in August, typically our September is pretty.
We can get into that. Is there a question to Acting Director at this point?
Just asking if there's another date that might be considered versus that.
Has there been a second date requested, Director Fougier? Or
through you, Chair, not necessarily. The only, I guess, main sort of point here is for the second file, so the Irving Lands Development Agreement, that has to go to PACAC first. So anytime after that September 11th PACAC meeting could accommodate. So any date after that.
Okay. Any further questions, council? Seeing none, we do have a recommendation up on the screen. Nope. I don't think that would satisfy anybody's request. So we do have two there, council. The first one would be the Bear Lake, and then the second one would be the Irving Lands. And again, the Irving Lands, PACAC would have their recommendation, I believe. And then council would address the recommendation from PACAC at that.
Correct.
That
It
way-
would be if the decision was to host them both on September 11th, it would be PACAC recommendation first in the evening,
And
followed by.
Followed by that Irving, and then council would do first reading or as it went through. Okay.
Exactly.
Councillor Bob Morton.
Yeah, not looking to read the motion, but just refresh me if someone can. September 11th is to expedite. What would the normal date have been? Should we not choose to do that?
Through you, Chair, for Bear Lake, it would land on the September, I think it's the 23rd, the regular council meeting for public hearing and second reading. And then for the Irving Lands Development Agreement and rezoning, that would be PACAC September 11th, and then first reading on September 23rd, which would potentially put the public hearing later in October, whatever the regular meeting date is in October.
Thank you.
So on the Irving Lands, Acting Director Fougier, if council was to hold it on the 11th as well, and was to give a positive recommendation for first reading, that public hearing would then go to the September 23rd, or sorry, what the
That is correct. And the second motion on there, basically, if that is the decision of council to do that, the second motion basically allows us to advertise the public hearing prior to council first reading. Just with our advertisement timelines and getting it in the newspaper, we need about 3 weeks ahead of council meetings to do that. So.
Okay. Further questions, council? Councillor Ivy.
So the squeeze on time here, because somewhat unusual to go through planning, overlay on top of that, a council meeting that night to get it to a council meeting 2 weeks later. And not that we don't want to be supportive of these folks, we do. But it's, I think from a public standpoint, to know that something's worked its way through planning, to have input, getting it to council. I don't know how that's going to line up with the timeframes. Can you give us a sense of that, Director Fougier? Like, what are we racing on the clock on this one for, if I could?
Through you, Chair. So this is simply just a request from both applicants to have it expedited. The Irving Lands would, if it follows the regular council meetings, a decision wouldn't be made until later in October. So this would buy them that extra month. And then with Bear Lake, it's a matter of just hosting it on a second night and getting it a decision made on it basically 2 weeks early.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Are we still only in
We're at
question?
questions to director at this
Okay.
point.
Nope,
yeah.
apologies, it's a comment.
Okay, if there's no more questions to acting director, we do have a recommendation up on, we have two recommendations. Sorry, Councillor John Smith, a question to Director Fougier?
Yeah, so my question is, did I read in there that the Irving Lands Development Agreement hinged on an adjacent agreement?
Through you, Chair. So
And that's why it had to be done at this time?
So the Kent store was previously approved through a different type of planning application through site plan approval. And then the larger development concept, they did a stormwater master plan for the larger concept that's included in the development agreement. So kind of having everything done before construction starts was sort of the ideal timeline for them, just that stormwater master plan covered a larger area.
So the first project can't go ahead until the second development agreement is done.
More or less. Yeah.
More from a practical sense than a planning approval. The earthworks, they'd like to do them all at once. So from a practical versus a policy or planning perspective. Yeah.
All right, if there's no more questions for Acting Director Fougier, we do have two recommendations. If council wishes to make either one of those to begin discussion. Councillor Bonnie Smith.
The council directs staff to schedule a special council meeting after the regular Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee meeting on September 11th for a public hearing and second reading regarding file number 25-18, development agreement for Bear Lake Wind Farm, and first reading for file number 25-07, file number 25-11, and file number 25-12, Irving Lands Development Agreement and Rezoning.
A motion made by Councillor Bonnie Smith, seconded by Deputy Mayor Francis. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Smith? No, Bonnie Smith. Oh, light's still on, sorry. Yep. Councillor Larry Pinch.
So I would just be concerned that there have been other projects that we know of that we've heard from our residents that have wanted to expedite a process or to move through a process more efficiently. And we have been relatively firm on past precedent in what the process is. So I just don't know that this is the appropriate public facing visual perspective. Should we make an adjustment to change when these files would be flowing through that process? So from my perspective, I can't support this request.
Okay. Councillor Remy.
Through you, Mayor, and similar concerns with that, but also the timing of that to have it after the PAC and HAC. Would we be like defining a time, and how late do those meetings go? Like, you wouldn't be able to actually schedule the meeting without potentially cutting off PAC. And then if it's 10 o'clock at night and we know how involved, the Bear Lake project may bring in a lot of people. Anyway, I can't support it either.
Very much. Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I see it too, because I work in the construction industry. I see what they're trying to do, because there's a month or a month and a half of, prime construction season left. I can see why they want to expedite it, because if it's not to the end of October or possibly November, they're done until next year in 2026. So thanks.
Councillor Bob Moran.
I don't know if it's possible, but if we could amend it so we can vote on these separately. I can
We're-
see the construction season thing.
We're just voting on the Bear Lake one at this point.
They were both stated in that motion.
Were
They're
they?
both in
Did
that
you
motion.
state them both? No,
No,
it was
just
just
read
the
the
Bear
one.
Lake.
Just read the
Back
one.
up.
Yeah, no, just the Bear Lake was referenced as the first motion. They're two separate motions. No, both motions were on the screen, but only the first motion was read.
The both first motion is Bear Lake and Irving. I can't support. If they're separate.
for the Irving. It's
First
Oh, first reading for the Irving. Okay, so I see what you're saying. Sorry, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I can certainly support the
um,
construction season thing.
Did you want to pull your motion and we can address them separate? We'll get to that, but comment right now from Councillor Morton.
That's fine. If they were separated, I would be very comfortable to vote on either way, but I just can't. Two separate things, so I would like to see them separated.
Councillor Yanish. You're okay. Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, my comment is generally that they've got a fairly specific process that we adhere to and follow as it relates to planning, back act, council, timing, public expectations. We've had this conversation about informing the public and all those things. And I would really like to be able to support this, but I would suggest that sadly it won't be this one for me. But if we foresee this in the future, the need to shorten a cycle, that we have a process or a procedure that we can get us out of one meeting into another that's dedicated for doing something like this versus having one on top of the other, that I think creates an expectation within a committee to automatically churn something through. And I don't think we want to create that either. So.
All right, so we have much discussion. We did have a motion made that has both, sorry, there, council. One is second reading, one is first reading. If that is staying on the floor. That's not what I want. It's you've heard all the suggestions. Council has heard. It's been moved. It's been seconded. It's up to them first. It's the mover and seconder. If they wish to pull it, it's up to them. But if I don't hear anything, we will put it to a vote.
Can I pull it? I'd like to pull it and do them separately.
I'll support that.
Okay, so we no longer have a motion on the floor. I would be open to suggestions, council, for direction.
Okay.
Councillor Smith, Bonnie Smith, sorry.
work on this. The council directs staff to schedule a special council meeting after the regular Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee meeting on September 11th for a public hearing and second reading regarding file number 25-18 development agreement for Bear Lake Wind Farm.
That's
Second.
motion made by Councillor Bonnie Smith, seconded by Councillor Francis, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there further discussion on the motion? If nothing, we will put it to a vote. And the motion is defeated. All right, so we are open to a second motion. Councillor Smith, Bonnie Smith.
The council directs staff to schedule a special council meeting after the regular Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee meeting on September the 11th for first reading for file number 25-07, file number 25-11, and file number 25-12, Irving Lands Development Agreement and Rezoning.
Moved by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Is there a
Second.
seconder? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Francis. Further discussion on that motion? All right, we will put that to a vote. And that one passes. All right. We do have a second part of that recommendation. Councillor Bonnie Smith.
The council directs staff to proceed with advertising the public hearing for file number 25-07, file number 25-11, and file number 25-12. Irving Lands Development Agreement rezoning prior to council first reading in order to meet public participation advertising requirements.
Moved by Councillor Bonnie Smith.
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Francis. Discussion on that motion. All right, we will put that to a vote. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, we have next part of the agenda is correspondence, general correspondence received as of the 18th of July. Correspondence from DEM, response funding for a property buyout program. Todd and Stephanie Janes, residential waste collection on Cozy Crescent, Falls Lake Vaughan, and Rick Smith regarding West Hampton Regional Municipality water utility consumption report. We thank people for their correspondence. If there's anything that comes to report wise council, we'd always accept that in the future. We have nothing outgoing as of this agenda here, and we do have a couple of in-camera items, council. We have council in-camera minutes that need to be approved from June 24th, and then we have MGA 22-2F enforcement legal, MGA 22-2G legal matter, MGA 22-2A land matter, and MGA 22-2C. We have 3 personnels. If council would like to go in camera for those, I'd require a motion of council. Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch, seconded by Councillor Paul Whedon. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed. Thank you very much. For those of you at home, I'm unsure if any motions will come out of those, but if they do, we will come back in a live setting and proceed with those motions. But if not, have a good night, and we appreciate you joining us.